All right. All right. I forgot to turn on my light. Nobody can see me if I don't. I don't keep the big light on. Hello. Hey, Anders. How's it going? There we go. Now my face is visible. The wonders of Bluetooth. Or whatever that uses. Hey, we've been following along nicely on the first... Whoa. Following along nicely on the first 3 streams, but last stream you refactored the code and added the shader logic. Before you start, can you please scroll through the code so you can copy it off the VOD at a slower pace? I can just commit it to GitHub. We can definitely go over it if you would like to see it. But I can also, if you are looking at the code going, oh, how does this even work? We can put it on GitHub. Cool. JU commit. You probably won't be able to run it because I'm not gonna commit the glTF. But you'll get the gist of what's going on. What are we gonna call the game? I don't have a name for the game. Three streams in and we don't have a name. We don't even have a name for the repo of the game. I guess I'll just call it Bevy 15 game. What is the game about? The game, just to give a brief overview for the people who aren't aware, game is currently character can pick things up and throw them. I actually just broke this before the start of the stream, but you're supposed to be able to pick this box up and then throw it around. And then this color circle on the ground here is actually a shader that will reveal the colors wherever I attach the component to the box. So currently it's about like picking boxes up and throwing them around and putting them down. And there's not much of a story or anything to it. So today we have a couple of things that we could do, but I'll get to that right after I push this up. I was going to call it Bevy 15 game boxes. I guess a game started with Bevy 0.15. Public. I should be backing this up to GitHub anyway, so this is good. And that should be all the source. So, yeah, Lo, if you want to see the code, here's the code. Here's everything. Was there anything in particular that you wanted to see? I guess the implementation of the shader stuff would be something you wanted to see. We could cover that before we get started here, if that's what you're interested in. It's basically just a shader. Or not, it is basically just a shader, but it's basically just a storage buffer. Hey, Roberto, how's it going? There is something I should point out about the shader if you are going to look at this code. I do have this example. The example isn't particularly interesting, but it does work. So this is what the shader does. We've got this red ball and, you know, the rest of the scene, the floor, the cube, whatever. Floor and cube have colors on them. The shader and the material is applied to everything in the scene. I chose to apply the shader to, or the material to everything in the scene because I feel like I want it to be a bigger part of the game. So I'm okay paying a little bit more of a cost to place it on everything. It's basically a standard material extension. So doing it like this doesn't really hurt us at all in that sense. But basically what happens here is that there's a component attached to this sphere or any object in the scene that all gets packed into a storage buffer. So the shader actually knows where all of those are because we pack all the transforms into that storage buffer and it gets sent to the shader. So we use that to draw some SDFs. And based on those SDFs, based on where those things are in the scene, we decide whether to draw color or not. So that's what's going on here. I quite like the effect. It is not particularly, shocking or anything. It's not like, it's like the initial implementation is the way that I would frame it. I think it has a better effect if the colors in the scene are bright, if there are more finalized artwork in the scene. But so the usage of it currently is basically we create this sphere data, which is just a vec of a vec4 of F32s basically. It's a vec of arrays of F32s, groups of 4. So this is like a color. We could actually make this a color, but this is actually representing a transform. So I chose to not do that. The other thing is we could new type this. I have another example actually that I could touch on that is storage buffer related that does do that. So I'll do that right after this. But yeah, so we have the buffers, right? Those are assets just like everything else. We have to create them from something. We create them from this vec. We basically just get a giant buffer of bytes out of this. Not actually, but like mostly. We pass that into our material. And then that material is what we use for all of our everything that we spawn in. And again, that's an extended material, so we get access to all of the base colors and stuff. In this case, this is the ball, so it's red 400 from the Tailwind palettes. And this handle just gets cloned over and over. And then this is just moving that sphere around, so not super interesting. The material itself, built a plugin for that. We register this color reveal type, which is that component we were talking about earlier that gets attached to anything. That's how we track all the positions of everything. And then this is the extended material. So Uber material is the extended material. And then we've got that pack color reveal buffers, which probably doesn't need to be in first. I think I would put it in first while I was debugging something. But I'll leave it from first for the moment. So color reveal is red, green, and blue. We don't use this value inside of the shader currently, but I do plan to allow different things to reveal different segments of the color spectrum. So future stuff. But for now, it's basically just a marker component. Packing that buffer looks for all the materials that have the Uber material. I called it the Uber material because I'm kind of just stacking everything into this one shader and applying it to every object. We get the buffers mutably, and we get all of the SDF locations, which is every entity with that color reveal component that also has a global transform. This is basically everything with a color reveal component, but like we need that data. So we iterate over that, get the translation for every transform and pack that into a array of F32s. So we get the XYZ position, translation that is, and then we pack in that color data as well. So we actually have the color data in the shader. I'm just not making use of it in the shader right now. Then we go over all of those materials. We look for all of the unique buffer handles so that we're only updating each buffer once. And we slap that data in. Data goes into the buffer, material updates, shader accesses it, everything's great. Now the big thing to watch here is there's currently kind of like a foot gun where this iter mute is really important because otherwise the change detection that Bevy is currently using for materials won't know that this buffer got updated. We don't actually need this. We don't need the material to be mutable when we iterate over it here. But we do need this buffer when we update it to then trigger the material having been like mutated so that the render world in Bevy actually does update our buffer data. If we don't do this, we'll end up with stale data, like frame 1 stale data. But we don't technically need it. So, and then we just pack that data in. The implementation is just a standard material extension, so it's just got to handle that storage buffer. It's an extension, so we start our bindings at 100 instead of 0, so we don't overlap with any of the standard material stuff. We have a fragment shader. We actually don't use the deferred fragment shader, but that comes basically for free, so we keep it. And then the shader is somewhere in here. Uber.wgsl. Uber.wgsl then. I guess we should run the example and have it up while I'm doing this. Put that over there. So Uber.wgsl is basically just the standard material extension example from Bevy. This is group 2 binding 100. This is where our SDF, our storage buffer, is coming in. We're marking it as read only, which we also did in the material in the Rust file. And this is an array of vec4s of F32s. We only do a fragment shader. There's no vertex shader. Standard stuff here. We get the PBR input. Once we get the PBR input, this is our code. Everything else here is just what you would get from copying the standard material extension example. But this is our code. Our code basically takes the length of that SDF storage buffer, does an SDF calculation to figure out how close we are to any of those elements. So this sphere here, for example. We use the world position against the SDF position to do that because we're grabbing the world position from the SDFs. I can make this as big or as small as I want to. So like 1 makes it really small, 10 makes it, you know, probably bigger than this whole example. So everything's lit up. I think for the actual game, I have it for 3 right now. But we could probably also configure that too. That could get packed into that data. If you're closer than 1, which means that if you are on the edge, basically, of this circle, then you get colored. That color mixes some values. We saturate the distance, which is, you know, defined in the WGSL spec if you don't know what saturate is. We get the colors if we're supposed to color it. If we're not supposed to color it, we currently do this like gray color. But this color could be pretty much anything. The only thing that's important here is that all of these numbers are matching because we're doing a mix from the color that we should be rendering to that color that does basically nothing. So as long as these are all the same, then everything looks okay. I just chose like some not quite bright white gray. And then, yeah, if we only render this part down here, for example, if false, then we see all the lighting information basically. So this is what we get out of doing a standard material extension. We basically get to render this whole thing using all of the lighting information, using all the shadow information, not having to really deal with any of that, which is really nice. And we're basically just changing the color or the base color that we're going to render, deciding whether to render just the lighting data or some color that we put in here. And that's before we do, you know, alpha discard, PBR lighting, anything like that. So yeah, basically we get all the standard material stuff, do a fairly small calculation to figure out how close we are to any of the objects that we packed into that transform buffer. And then we let the standard material calculations do their thing. Is having the buffer data inside each material possible? Wouldn't that fix the iter mute issue? If I stored the data inside of each material, we would need a way to store arbitrarily sized amounts of data. So I think if we defined that as a specific array or something that was sized, so like pick an arbitrary number like 5, and we only have a maximum of 5 components in the scene at any given time, then we could pack those in. We could choose like the closest 5 or something like that to the thing that we're rendering. I don't know. We could do anything like that. Yeah. But I specifically wanted potentially more than like a set number. I wanted to just be able to modify that buffer. So the answer is, if the data was in the material, right? Let's say we just had one. We had one field that was like a vec4 for the position of whatever. Then we wouldn't be using the storage buffer. All that data would be in the material, and we would have to iter mute to mutate it. The reason this pops up is because the storage buffer is a separate thing from the material. And thus we have to trigger the mutation for the material so that it picks up the new storage buffer data. So it wouldn't fix the issue. It would just change the issue so that we had to do the same thing and didn't have the flexibility of the storage buffer, if that makes sense. But yeah, I think that's all of that stuff. There's one more thing. Perfect. I have it all on a desktop over here. I'll just drag this desktop in. So there's this other example that I was working on or updating last night. It's this example. This is also storage buffers. So this allows you to define any number of stripes on any number of these candy canes via a storage buffer configuration, which is kind of cool. And we do that in a slightly different way. We actually use Rust structs when we're packing the storage buffer data, instead of pre-packing this into like arrays of F32s or whatever. So the way that this can work is that when we have stripe here, we have encased shader type here. And that will help us pack it, basically. If we take that off, then shader storage buffer can't work with that because it doesn't know how to pack that for the GPU. So the trait write into is not implemented for stripe, which is required. It doesn't, I don't think, mention encase here. You don't have to use encase either. I don't think. There we go. Required for vec stripe to implement shader type. So vec is fine, but stripe is the issue for that implementation. We have to implement shader size right into and stuff like that, which we can derive shader type because all of these already implement shader type. And we get that for basically free, which is cool. So, first thing I want to do is figure out how I broke the carrying mechanic. Oh, this is smart. Storage buffers made much more useful, much more accessible by the people doing the nano work. So you can thank them and their desire to use Bevy at all for the fact that that exists. Let me check the inspector here. So we've got our level. Our level has a bunch of children in it. Those children, I think crate is the one that we're looking for, and it doesn't seem to have... It has crate cube, which doesn't have a collider on it. So I don't think this is getting the collider that we need to do the actual collision detection. If you remember well, storage buffer is not working on all platforms. Yeah, I think web doesn't support storage buffers. Well, WebGL, I think, doesn't support storage buffers. But you're absolutely right. I think all native platforms do. Note, however, that WebGL2 does not support storage buffers. I don't care about WebGL2. If I'm going to do web deployment, I'm going to do web GPU. Because coding to something that feels fairly archaic at this point feels like a mistake. Like, this game is not going to be the next big indie hit, right? You know, it's just not. So I don't think that making it more widely runnable is worth the cost of like not being able to use modern features. And WebGL2 is going to go away at some point, and WebGPU is going to be the only thing at some point. So I'd rather focus on the future and using my skills in that direction. I didn't commit the WGSL file. That's not great. GA assets. Let's do the shaders directory. Yeah. That candy cane demo is also on the GitHub if you're also interested in that when I showed it. That's under Bevy examples. In the examples, there's just a candy cane directory, and that has all that data. So if you're interested in the in-case stuff or anything. We can hope that in 2025 we'll get decent WGPU support in all browsers. Well, I mean, WGPU works in all browsers. WebGPU, WebGPU the spec doesn't. I think we're... What are we for WebGPU these days? That is not the right... Can I use .com? Yeah, there we go. I saw there was can I use RS? .rs maybe? Yeah, can I use .rs for Rust features and versions, which is very cool. Learned that the other day. Let's see, we're good in Chrome and Edge, so anything Chromium. Firefox, I think, is still nightly. Safari is in technical preview. I think if I was building something that needed a lot of graphic stuff today, I would not build it to the WebGL 2. That sounds like a mistake. It's like, what are you giving up? Mobile and IE? If your application is good enough, people will use Chrome for it. Honestly. Would HTMX be a good fit with Rust? I wouldn't touch HTMX with a 10-foot pole. Yeah, I mean, nobody's using IE anymore anyway. 0.37%, finally. Safari doesn't look like it has... I guess these are low numbers anyway, right? I feel like those numbers are off. Yeah, Chrome is like... I feel like these numbers are off. I feel like I'm not reading them correctly. Happy New Year, Liminal. Nice to see you. Yeah, so Firefox has it. You can. I don't actually even know if it's only nightly anymore. You might be able to do it in stable with the flag. But yeah, Safari, Firefox can be enabled. Actually, in the technical preview for Safari now, Chrome, Edge both have it. I feel like Chrome and Edge having it is like huge. Like Safari, yeah, default browser for Mac OS people, but anyway. I am not concerned. This is my nascent Blender plugin that I keep tabbing past. What was I gonna do? All right, I was gonna debug why this isn't getting the stuff. So crate here has cuboid 111. This is on the instance or the collection? This is on the instance. I feel like that data might not come through. This is the collection. The collection definitely doesn't come through. I can take this. Import the one we're currently using. Did I put that in art? Gaia assets. Temp glTF assets. Save, replace. So I'm gonna get this. This is, what am I looking for? Crate. Cube, there's crate. Did I name two things crate is really the question. Oh, you know what I did? I didn't click the export button. I probably closed and I think I closed and reopened Blender and we don't have custom properties selected. That's what it is. That's not great. that is not a great experience. Easy fix though. Easy fix. So now you can see how that shader is on this box, and if I pick up the box, then it comes around with me. I can throw it towards this wall. It'll unveil that wall. The wall isn't that interesting. I feel like the wall is just a test for if I could use Substance Painter at all. You can see actually if you look at the side here, I don't actually think you can see it from that angle. If you look at the side here, it looks like the bricks are like oriented vertically, which is just wrong for a brick wall. You still can't figure out geometry in a compute shader. I might be able to come up with a demo for that, make a video about it. You're thinking of any geometry, right? That was, yeah. I guess what are you having trouble with? Without GPU read back. Okay. Let me just make a note of that. GPU, or rather generate tree compute shader. No GPU read back. Like pipe ribbon from 3D line. Like a pipe ribbon from 3D line. Gotcha. So you're trying to do stroke expansion? I think if you're trying to do, I was going to say you could look at Velo stuff, but Velo does do compute shaders, but it's significantly more than just generating a mesh. An example would be to draw a trail following the movement of a wand. Okay. So it's like particles that you're trying to do? One thing that might be worth looking at for you is Bevy Hanabi, which does like dynamic shader generation of stuff. And they have a ribbons example in here somewhere. They do trails and ribbons specifically. So I don't know how readable this would be for you, but this crate definitely does dynamic shader construction for ribbons specifically, and does it in a, yeah, so with simulation space, groups. I haven't looked at the ribbon stuff yet, actually. I just know it exists, so. What VS Code extensions do you use for Bevy WGSL development? I don't. Unfortunately, WGSL is the only one around right now is WGSL Analyzer. Well, not the only one around, but the one people used to use was WGSL Analyzer. And then some of the changes that came through for Bevy shaders for modularization and stuff like that never really got in for WGSL Analyzer. So TLDR, there's a whole group of people that are trying to build something called Weasel, which is like WESL, which is supposed to do a lot of that kind of stuff and make language servers easier to build. So hopefully we'll get something new soon that will work much better, and not just for Bevy, but for all WGSL users. But we'll see. I am hopeful in that sense. Okay, Blender types, controls, camera. I don't think I want to pull in that new player yet. I do want to, actually, now that I think about it, I do want to not necessarily pull the player in. I think it's going to be scene 3. I don't know if this is even going to work, honestly. I started working on a new character, and I did do a rig for it and stuff, but I also did some meta rig bones and things like that. Which is definitely not error loading glTF texture. Oh, I don't have JPEG enabled. Okay, cool. Wait, I don't have JPEG enabled, so it doesn't render anything? That sucks. Where is Bevy? Oh, right. 0.15.1 is out too. How did you resolve the glTF extras issue from last stream? Where did you add custom properties in the end? We figured out last stream that the custom properties cannot be added to a collection specifically. So here, right, I can't add the custom properties onto this crate collection because collections get dropped when you export to glTF. glTF doesn't have the concept of a collection. So it's basically like a transparent layer of organization. I would think of it like, I don't know if anybody's familiar with like React or any of the web UI stuff these days, but like a fragment. It's like an invisible thing that just kind of sits there for some organizational purposes, but doesn't actually exist. So I think the thing that we figured out last time was that this crate probably should have an empty at the root. And that's where those kinds of things should go. The way that we're doing it currently, actually, I could do that right now. Now that I think about it, let's fix that. So for test level, right now, what we're doing is on the instance, which apparently does come in, even though it like looks like a double collection in the UI. We have a collider, cuboid, cube size 111, but these other ones don't have that data, right? So let's go into library. Let's create, not that, let's do an empty. Let's do an empty. What should the empty be? I would love to have the empty and the size like kind of line up, but I don't know of any good way to do that. Maybe we do a cube anyway, and I just kind of like manually. Yeah, because this scale is 111, and I don't think it will let me change that in a way that is useful. Because if we're going to parent this to everything else, I don't think we want to change the scale at all. I guess the only option is if we can do this. Oh, there goes our application. That's creepy as hell. Cool. That is not the way that I meant that to be. That's got an entire face in it that I don't want there. Maybe enabling the JPEG feature was the wrong move. Spoilers. Is that a Doctor Who reference? What was I going to do? Apply scale? Okay, cool. So now we're 111. It's weird that we can't ever see like the size, like the actual size of this. But if we do that, right, and then this is... the thing that holds the other ones, right? I forget which direction that needs to go. Is it? Parent. Nope. I'll figure it out. You can change the empty display size without changing the scale in the empty properties panel. The empty properties panel. So like if I'm on the empty, and I go, which one's properties? View layer, scene, world, collection, constraints, data. Ah, there we go, size. Nice. Love that, thank you. I've already changed it, so. Okay, so the thing that I need to do is make this empty the parent of everything else. And do I know how to do that is the question. I don't think the answer is yes. Object. That's origin stuff. Parent. Vertex. Make parent, clear parent. Ah, that's the opposite of what I wanted to do. So maybe parent inverse. That's not what I want to do. I tried Command P, it didn't work, is what I was going through the menu for. You need to select the object you want to parent and the future parent last. Gotcha. So like that. And then for some reason, Command P does not work. I don't know why. Maybe it's Command P out here. Yeah, okay. It's Command P in the view. Gotcha. There we go. So it's parent first and then other thing. Nope, it's not parent first and then other thing. It's this and then this and then that and P and object. Cool. I don't know. What do I call this? Root? So theoretically, we should be able to take this create root. This create root should have custom properties on it. Make this a string with collider. Cuboid, which I misspelled in the video I did on this the other day, repeatedly. And I didn't find out until somebody commented. Float array, I think we called this cube size. So I'll save that, go take a look at the test level. The active one is the brighter orange one. So it's that one? Okay, I think I see what you're saying. Let me take the collider off of this so we don't have it on both of them. Let me export to glTF. I'm still not quite used to all the modal things in Blender. Oh, that is still really, really, really not what I want. It is working in terms of not what I wanted it to do. Let me change that. That's creepy as hell. We got like a detached face near my mesh. I'm not going to use that right now. Oh, you know what I actually did want to do though? We are going to look at the creepy face for a second. Sorry. Because I'm going to put this right over the creepy face. And the thing that I actually wanted to check is that this is character. We've got the scene root, but I am curious about the bones. Yeah, okay. Here's a bunch of bones. This is meta rig generated. So this is what I guess I could scale this up with the UI scale too, if anybody actually wants to read it. We've got head, body, cube. I can delete the head, right? No. Meta rig. So the weird thing is that the meta rig is still in here, but I don't think that that is actually anything for us. Unfortunately, these don't have anything associated with them right now. I didn't do any weight painting, so I can't move them around. But I was very curious as to like what this all looked like. It looks like it's just a ton of nodes. One question that somebody was asking in Discord yesterday. Yeah, it's a lot of bones. It's a lot of bones because it's the meta rig from Blender, which just does a whole ton of stuff. Not all of which I know how to use. IK, parent L. It looks like a lot of stuff comes in here. I can't imagine that IK constraints are functioning. But yeah, one of the things I do want to check out maybe over the next week or so is like this meta rig is very complicated in Blender, which is nice. Because there's a lot of stuff that you can do with it. But how much of that actually comes into Bevy is a question that's in my mind. The meta rig here. And also, how is it structured? Because one of the questions in Discord yesterday was modular characters and how do you do them? Meta rig is overkill for game stuff. You think I shouldn't use meta rig at all? Xavier being the resident Blender expert currently, which is why I'm asking. It would be definitely simpler in terms of setup if I didn't use it. It would be harder in terms of animation if I didn't use it. Right? I do know they have other bodies and stuff, right? Like if we go into, I don't know, click on random cubes so that I just get at least the armature. They have a couple of meta rigs, like human, animals, basic, whatever. I can set up individual bones. There's also Rigify in here, right? I guess that is Rigify, but yeah, especially the Somebody's saying basically meta rig will still work, but you usually want to gut a lot of extraneous bones. Yeah, the face bones are still there, is one of the things. And I don't plan on having face bones. I don't plan on having like geometry faces anyway. I think the way that I want to do faces in this game, if I do faces in this game at all, is going to be shader based. So it's going to be like sections, like rectangular sections of a shader texture that then get looked up based on an index. So it'll be like X mod 2 for 2 columns and Y mod 5 for 5 rows. And then I'll have 10 faces. But yeah, we're not gonna deal with these bones currently. The meta rig thing was definitely just an experiment because I'm not familiar with it. So I wanted to be a little bit more. Let's see. Okay, cool. So now all of these work, which is cool. We still have infinite distance on our throws and stuff, so. Eat. Anime mouth eyes? Yeah, at least animated, if not anime. The toilet paper core tube with the googly eyes is nice. Yeah, you like that better? If I spin fast enough, I can see the eyes, which is probably not great. One of the things I wanted to do today is, well, one of the things I wanted to look into was the bone stuff, but I don't think that I'm actually going to do that today because it feels complicated enough to not be worth doing right now. So I think that I want to build a new level and actually do like the most basic of a tutorial level and then maybe start working up from there. So let's get a plane in here. Scale this by, I don't know, 5 maybe. Get like a starting platform. Pickup is disabled if you're already holding. The issue is that when you throw, you're no longer holding. So I either need to do like a cooldown. The thing that actually will fix that for the most part is restricting the range. Because right now it's an infinite range on that raycast. So you can pick something up from like across the planet. So that will come up a lot less when we restrict the range to only things that are like right in front of you, which is I think the way that I want it to work. And then we will also have to either do like a timeout or something like that. But we haven't gotten into like real state machine stuff for the player yet. So yeah, just not really worrying about that as a bug. You're not using Bevy for this still, right? Correct. This is not Bevy. This is just manual custom properties. So, for example, if I want to make this a collider, I actually probably don't want this to be a plane. I think I want this to be not a plane. Let's do a cube. And let's do scale it down a little bit, scale it, move it down a little bit. So -0.5 in the Z. Scale it to 5 times, maybe scale shift Z 5. And then this becomes cuboid down here. So this is the issue, right? So I'm just going to call this platform for the moment. We've got platform, right? And platform needs a collider. So now I need to go in here and click string, type collider, hit OK, type cuboid, hit OK, hit new, hit settings, hit float array, do a cube size, hit OK. It's not 1 by 1 by 1. It is 1 by, actually it is 5 by 5 by 1. But actually it's 5 by 1 by 5. This is not letting me change that value because I set the max to something silly. So this is obviously like meh, you know, like the experience of writing that out. Also, every time I do this, the index changes. So let's just do level 1 for this so that, that's not going to be fun. Let's do something really silly. I'm going to call this Z level. One. And then we probably want to also do like a starting location. Right now, I think we're just spawning the character wherever. I think I want to spawn the character in the starting location. Blenvy saves you some clicks and typing, but not a ton. Yeah, I mean, it saves me things that I care about, right? Like, so collider and cube size here, specifying that as a collider constructor cuboid and then typing in the values. Yes, absolutely. Load the entire glTF. Yeah, actually, we should be doing that. Actually, now that I think about it, we should be doing that because we have to load the glTF anyway. So let's just do it. It's a little disappointing to not be able to use something like this. But as we get to more of them, I think that this is going to be the right way to go. I think you're right. So let's just do that now rather than doing that later. This is going to be glTF. This is going to be not level assets, but like, I guess glTF assets. And this will be, I'm just going to call this MISC because it's just kind of like the first glTF that I created. There's nothing interesting about it. Let's get rid of both of these things, I think. The only reservation that I have about that is getting a handle to the scene that is the player. I think we'll be fine, actually. We'll do it by name. So let's get rid of those. Actually, I don't set those up in this file, do I? I should have made a separate one for that. So this is glTF assets, which means that we probably need to go all the way to the top of main to fix that. So level assets here, glTF assets. This is player assets, which is not going to be there. We're just going to access this. We're not modifying the glTF, so it'll be shared access, so it'll be fine. And loading in like a bunch of scenes from one glTF file is going to load the entire glTF file anyway. The downside of doing that is if we load scene 0 like we just did, it dumps everything else from the loading. Like, it doesn't hold the root. So like the whole glTF will load, you'll get a handle to that scene, and then the rest of the glTF that you're not using will get dumped, which means for the next scene that it also loads, it has to load the entire glTF, dump the root, and grab the scene again. So I think doing this glTF loading is the right way to do it in the first place. Yeah, we're about to use scene names instead of indexes, low. Your method works better for the tri-mesh from meshes compared to blend, at least in your experience. Couldn't get it to work with those unless you used like a proxy component. Interesting. Were you putting it on the mesh? You have to put that component on the mesh specifically. It can't go on the object. It can't go on a collection. It can't go on an instance. It has to go on the mesh. It always worked for me when I put it on the mesh specifically. But that is one of those things where you have to like be aware of. Okay, so this is player. So let's do misc dot. I guess we don't call this misc, right? This is not misc. This is glTFs. I don't know what to call this. Dump of stuff. Let's call it glTF assets. We'll name it after the same thing. It's basically a dumping ground, which I don't love, but I don't have a better answer at the moment. Okay, so this is a handle, so we're going to need to get this from glTFs. And that, if I remember correctly, is assets. I always forget if it's asset or assets. Assets. I think that's right. Can't remember my S's. glTFs. Let me do, for the moment, let some misc equals glTFs dot get glTF assets dot misc. I guess if let. I'm trying to make this character spawn. If for some reason I removed it, I don't want it to break everything else. I just want the character to not spawn and it to warn me. Reference, misc. Named scenes. Because this is going to be string, right? And that's not player anymore. This is going to be first character. You did double check, but thinking about it, I might not have saved all the scenes to fix that or updated them rather. Also might be an issue with BlendV 0.15 working branch. Yeah, I haven't used the 0.15 branch yet. We talked about it, I think, last stream, but the maintainer of the project had a kid, which is wonderful for them, and I'm very happy for them. But it does mean that the the BlendV 0.15 branch is not necessarily working, I guess. I don't know who put it together. Other than that, seems like it's working well. Nice. That's dope. It's weird that the tri-mesh from mesh would not work compared to all of the other things that could not work. but I guess I could see a world. Because you're using collider constructor trimesh, right? Misc named scenes first character. I'm just gonna like else warn no character found to spawn, not spawning one. Same thing for this down here, I think. Although I think spawning the level is more required. Actually, if we can't get misc, we need to return. We can't spawn anything if we don't get misc. Don't know why I was thinking that that was scoped. This would be the access where if we can't access it, we would want to warn. This.get else return error. No misc handle in glTFs. Then this, we could do that if, right? So if let some character equals misc.named scenes, because names can change, right? So I would like to include some error handling here. Not handling per se, but like, I don't want to crash everything. If we can't spawn the player. So that's a handle to a scene. So we end up doing character.clone, right? And then the level is different. The level has to be here. Because if the level isn't here, then we truly, truly can't do anything. We won't even see anything spawn in. Nothing will be able to land. Nothing will be able to do anything. Test level 001 is the right thing. Why is that an issue? Named scenes. So theoretically, this should work. Unless I have something else. Yeah, the trimesh for mesh stuff. This all works. Perfect. Trimesh for mesh. I've had, I guess, performance issues when I've used that on like cubes. Like I did that demo that dropped all the cubes, right? When that's a cuboid, it can just keep running and running and running. When it's a tri-mesh, I seem to have more performance slowdowns. I think that's because it generates the collider differently, because it uses every little triangle, of which there are 12 on a cube, compared to just like one cuboid, which is a mathematical construct. That's really the only two places we were using that, wasn't it? That's cool. So then I can just do level 1, right? And we will rename this to level 1. It's now in the middle of first character and library. I think we need to check in here to make sure that I'm not using library like that. I don't think I am. Yeah. Still haven't done any audio. Still haven't had any separate textures. All of our textures are in the GLT. Blender add-on. Yeah, so this add-on that I'm kind of using for this project, I'm kind of using it to get a better sense of what BlendV does so that I have a better understanding of the code base. It doesn't actually, like the add-on doesn't work yet. I'm still at the point where like I need to decide where I'm going to put menus and stuff. But interesting that properties is there. Let's also get in on this a little bit and drop a instance. Shift A. Where do we get instances from? We get instances from somewhere. Yep, there we go. I do want the center of the anchor to be the center for collision purposes. But it would be nice to lock this to the platform when I'm placing it. I know there's a way to do that. I think in this case, it doesn't matter because I can just do like 0.5 on the Z, right? And this would be perfect. And then Shift Z, and I place it like here. And then maybe I Shift D this and put it on the Y axis. So it's like, okay, there's a little gap in front of you got to jump over. Then hopefully this kept the cuboid. Perfect. So at least we get that beneficial aspect. If we Shift D this, it copies everything, including the colliders. So let's export this and see if it runs. Yes, collision detection for basic shapes like spheres, capsules, cubes, etc. is much quicker than handling all the faces of a mesh. Yeah. Oop. We need to... Oh, no ground found in ground scene. Right. Because we need to change that. Ground is no longer something that I want around. We want to get rid of each of these individually. This also can go away. This I'll take away for a second. I think we have to add that back in Blender at some point. Shader swap, mesh extras handling. Okay, cool. So now we have no special cased colliders. We do need to do the character at a specific position. So I wonder if we spawn the character after the level comes in. Because let's see, all of this, right? And then all of that. Player camera, etc. Okay, so we need to take this, I think, on level spawn. Maybe we want a custom command here. Because we're probably going to have to do this over and over. But let's stick player here. We are going to need the glTF and the glTF assets from the system earlier. And we can get rid of this stuff up here because we're going to put it down there. We could probably make use of required components there. Okay, we've got an issue, MISC not found in this scope. Oh, because I deleted the fetch. Not the fetch, but this. I deleted this. Which we need in both places. How long ago did you do the extended material? You don't want to derail if you can rewind, peek another video. We did the extended material at the beginning of the stream. You mean the explanation for the extended material, right? For the shader stuff. We didn't write it today, but I did a recap. Okay, so the position here for the character, this transform needs to come from somewhere. I think we want to stick a spawn point in the world. So let me throw in an empty here, I think. And let's do, which one feels cool for spawn point? Yeah. Plane axes, maybe. And then this is a spawn point, but it is not probably the only spawn point that we will have. But we probably want this to be what? I'm thinking about two things. I'm thinking about if I'm going to have multiple like respawn points. I don't think I'm going to manually place any yet. So maybe we just call this spawn point and make it a Boolean. It's kind of a Boolean by nature. Is spawn point is now checked on this empty. So we need to go back to our Blender types. And I feel like this needs to start becoming an enum. Right, if this is an enum, and this is a, well, I'm like 50-50 on that, actually, now that I think about it. I think this is going to get very hairy if we leave it with everything in it. If we split everything up, then we end up doing a bunch of serialization. If we turn it into an enum, then we have to have all combinations. Arrows for the, arrows for the spawn point. Yeah, okay. But this won't have... Okay, arrows will actually... It'll give me X, Y, and Z, but those will change once we're in. So it doesn't really give me like the... I guess it doesn't matter either. This can change too, right? So I can just change that to arrows now. It doesn't help that much, I feel like. But it's fine. So, yeah, I don't know how I want to define this. I think that long term, what I want to do is get that reflection data. And use the reflection data to define what these are. So this is probably generically serialized at some point. So what do we call this? Is spawn point. It's like an option bool. Option bool is really weird. If it exists, then it's basically a spawn point. I guess we could turn them off in the editor, and thus, if it had is spawn point, we could temporarily turn it off, but still have the field there. Maybe a short gap is to give it a tag string that's comment delimited. Yeah, like a components, like a marker components kind of field. I was thinking about that yesterday, actually. But yeah, I think I want to move forward later with the reflection data. So similar to what BlendV does. There's a new BRP endpoint for getting that reflection data. I don't think it made it into 15.1. Releases, discussions, releases. Oh yeah, 15.1 is out too. So we've got some fixes, query iter, state transition, BRP query row, nope. Fraycast stuff, A10 UI slices, tone mapping, bunch of bug fixes basically. Yeah, not in here. But if I do BRP and I go for add BRP method to mutate a component. Not this. I want closed PRs. This one. There is now in main a BRP registry JSON schema endpoint. I wonder if we can backport this. Get a little bit of a head start. I think the BRP stuff is all backportable. It doesn't get published separately, so as far as I know anyway. Okay, see you in a bit, Zaire. Yeah, so JSON schema query filter, JSON schema query. This is all like, hopefully get the reflectable JSON schema, all the type registered stuff. So this is the way that I want to do it, I think. We have two options basically at this point. We can grab the type registry and write it out as a JSON file like BlendV does. Or we can hit this endpoint, which is like something you can do at runtime. I think both would be nice to support, but then you have to make sure that you're serializing both in the same way. And I feel like there could be weird bugs if you try to do one and then switch to the other. But maybe that's just a bug in Bevy. So Lo is asking, so we can update to 0.15.1? We can just update to 0.15.1. This was a short distraction because this is going to get more and more complicated. It's very simple right now, right? We've got potential collider. Well, In this case, actually, we actually require the collider, which is no longer going to be true. So everything in here is going to turn into an option, which is, you know, not the best for handling these things. So mesh extras handling, this is going to be this is going to be the mesh extras, which is all of these types, right? And we're not doing any type safety here, really. We're doing a little bit, but if you have a collider and that collider is a cuboid, then we want the vec3. But I don't actually see a way in the custom properties to really set that up. Right? Like this could be a data block, but the data block is what? Text, right? So we could data block text and then what, go into this and be like, I don't even know what Python file that is. What is that? I guess we would like create data blocks and then put them in, which feels weird. This looks like it's just a Python type, maybe a random Python type. Don't know how we would do that either. Have to look that up. Value just kind of has to be set. So maybe if I set this to an array, it would work. Yeah, so theoretically, I could just write Python in here. That doesn't sound like something I want to do by hand. And there's no nested stuff here, so kind of out of luck, honestly. Did it reset that custom property when I changed it? Dang, it did. So in this case, we'll do a Boolean for is spawn point. And it's checked, which is great. And then we have all these options is the issue. Optional bools are really awkward. I guess it doesn't matter for the bool, right? The default is false. But it doesn't help us for any of the others. The Python field lets you call some Blender API stuff at export to get the value. Oh, that's really cool, actually. That would be really, really, really cool for some of these like empties and stuff, where you could maybe spawn a specially tagged empty, or maybe provide specially tagged empties and have them like automatically define their size or something. Yeah, is spawn point. I guess we can leave that, but it doesn't help for the others. So the collider here is still going to be like some. And actually, why did I split these? Oh, I split these because they don't have to be on the same thing. That's why. Right, so we match on data there. We're matching on data here. I'm just kind of redoing it twice. This is for all descendants, which is what we're doing for everything here. I think we could merge these pieces of logic a bit, but basically anything else here is nothing. So this should be an if let. Bye, Roberto. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Hello, Mustafa. How are you? And then this is actually an error, I think. Yeah, this is bmesh extras, and this is or not, sorry. This is glTF mesh extras, which has to be tri-mesh from mesh. Technically, I think both of these could be in both places. So this code could work on the other one. Currently, it doesn't. What'd you miss? Let's see. We did the shader overview at the beginning. We did some investigation into some bones and stuff like that. We are currently defining a new level with a spawn point. What else was there? Talked about some Blender stuff. Trying to learn Bevy since you're into Balatro right now and you want to know how to make Balatro. I think Balatro is Lua, isn't it? Love 2D. Pure Lua, so not even Love 2D. Yeah, I like Rust too. I would do it in Rust as well. There's another creator that I watch sometimes, Chalacade, who's doing a game with Love 2D. They seem pretty into it, but they also seem like if they were going to do their next big game, they might move to Godot. Like if they were going to do some 3D thing, especially. So none here is fine. I guess we need to do multiple handlers, right? So this logic for the collider has to happen. And then we also want to match on, I guess we don't want to match here actually, now that I think about it. I'm going to leave it like that. But what we do want to do is find the spawn point. So maybe let mute spawn point entity equals entity placeholder. And maybe we do check it here. I'm already going to want to if d dot is spawn point, which entity are we on currently? I can just type entity, right? I left it. Yes, I am smart, SMRT. Let's set this value, I guess. It's never read, I think, is what's going to be the issue here. So we set it, and then we never use this. Let's just make sure that that is actually what's going on. Cargo check. Assign value to spawn point entity is never read. The Rust compiler is amazing. Could you imagine trying to go through this whole file and be like, is this even used? Okay, so shader swap, input. Did we define this outside of the boundary? We did. Spawn point entity. At some point we have to have one. So I think we also need what? I think we want this to be an event. Actually, now that I think about it, I think if we find this, what I want to do is not spawn. What are we calling the observer trigger? Trigger. I'm going to want to trigger spawn player is what I'm going to want to do. I'm going to want to trigger spawn player with spawn point entity. Spawn player does not exist at the moment, so we're going to have to create it. And then we get rid of this weird like mutatey thing here. So let's do, I guess let's start moving this into lib a little bit. So we're going to derive event struct for this. This is going to be, I don't know, whatever I just called it. Spawn point entity. You tried Godot in Unity, but didn't enjoy the game object concept. You want everything to be a code that you can see. Cool. To be honest, unused variables linting is probably not even top 10 most useful checks the Rust compiler does. Yeah, I mean, Rust compiler does a lot more useful things than that. I just really like the Rust compiler checking things for me. It really reduces a lot of the mental overhead of like trying to mentally track things and keep everything in your head. Love2D is a fun set of tools to use. You've used it a few times over the years, but dynamic languages are too gunny for your brain. You need the compiler to protect you from yourself. I've written a lot of dynamic language code. I do have to say that I prefer Rust. I prefer in general type systems, but dynamic languages do have uses, I think. Do pub here. We're going to need an observer to handle this. Do we just call this do we just call this like player spawn plugin or something? Use Bevy, prelude, star, pub structs, player spawn plugin. Implement app.observe. We also have to register the event. I guess we don't register any events anymore. We add events. Sometimes I get, after watching Bevy evolve for honestly not that much time, but a couple of years now, some of the APIs change and I'm like, was it register event or add event or init event? Or like, what did I need to do here? And I forget whether add event registers the type. But it's not super important. So this is going to be a trigger for spawn player events. And we're just going to get to do something here. I think that I want to make this on spawn player. I've kind of been naming these like event handlers. Like on this, on that. I don't know if that's the best option, but it is an option, and that's what I'm doing. Yeah, the only thing that mentally overloads you with context now is lifetimes coloring everything. The Bevy does a really nice job of abstracting away having to worry about lifetimes a whole lot. Yeah, that's one of the reasons I think Bevy is actually a great location to learn Rust in, because it does a lot of the high level architecture stuff for you. Xavier doesn't think that a plugin is necessary. The code will be specific for this game anyway. To that, I would say that plugins are not third-party crates. Plugins are units of code organization. So what I'm doing here with a plugin is basically taking my spawn logic, moving it into a file that has it encapsulated so that I know that all the spawn logic is over there. This is only going to be an internal plugin. I'm only going to use it in this application, but it means that I don't have to do the things that I'm doing right here in a separate file. I can do them if I want spawning capabilities. So when I go to write an example in the future and I want to spawn a player in, I can add this plugin instead of the entire application, or instead of going to figure out which system I've missed or something like that. I think this isn't observe anymore. It's add observer, right? Speaking of APIs that have changed. Yeah, useful for organization of modules, especially for toggling features or testing isolated features. Yeah, I agree with that. Plugin, I think, has probably a connotation from the rest of everywhere. But it's not like I'm not like publishing this somewhere or something like that. Although, to be honest, this isn't terribly specific to this application. I don't know that I agree with that either. Because if this is just like, hey, put a component on something, when it loads, spawn the player, that seems pretty generic. You wish Bevy supported async observers, so you could send in an async function that just spawned a task and automatically dealt with system parameters and all that. You can do async compute tasks. Have you seen that? Let's see, async tasks. So there's this async task or async compute example that shows off like effectively doing what you're talking about. It also even shows you how to access system state from just like a world. You don't need to do, like, is the issue that you need to do world.get or whatever? Because you don't actually need to do that. You can do the same stuff that you use for like system arguments and queries. That's what this system state is right here. So in this case, they're getting like a box mesh handle and a box material handle from 2 resources from that world, and then just accessing them. So you don't write the system arguments here, but you still get system arguments. You'd love to just slap async in front of a system and be able to await your database in your game server. I don't... All of Bevy would have to be async for that to work. Right? I mean, like, you could Tokyo spawn, or like not Tokyo spawn, but like the task spawning stuff that you were just looking at is effectively what that is. Trying to think through. Because you want an async function, right? And you want that async function to then live over some indeterminate amount of time, which means it then is borrowing from the world for an indeterminate amount of time. So I think the way the types worked out, you would have to have everything that you accessed in that system would have to be valid for all systems running. Right? Like if you took a mutable reference to something in that system and then you did await and you held that mutable reference across the async boundary, I think you start running into trouble. Right? So it's not like is it technically possible to like just throw caution to the wind or whatever and like hold stuff randomly? But I don't know that would work unless all of Bevy was async, and then even then it feels weird. Maybe it would be possible though. Are Bevy examples ever removed, like they get deprecated or something else? Yes, actually. I don't think that most of the examples tend to get removed, but there's a great demo in the sense of where is this? I don't remember where they put it. Benches, assets, source, test, tools. Example showcase. No. There's somewhere in here. I can't remember where it is exactly. That's the actual showcase on the website. I can't remember where it is. But a bunch of examples got moved out fairly recently into a different directory. Maybe testbed, maybe? Yeah, testbed. So technically it's still in examples, but these are like not really examples anymore. They're more like utilities for people developing to make sure nothing is broken, because they kind of just get massive at some point. So like this is CI testing custom event. So like these are being used as tests, not as examples. And that's kind of because they just kind of grew too big to be useful as examples. There's not a lot of them in here, but yes, like examples can be removed or whatnot. I think a lot of the examples are basically always useful, but I could see like if a feature got deprecated and it was no longer necessary. If you could just populate params inside an async function, that'd be a massive ergonomic improvement over what we have now. I don't know that I agree with that. I think you're getting into something there that actually has a lot more thorns than it seems like it has. What was I doing? We're gonna need to spawn a player, right? In this case, we probably want all of that extra player stuff. I don't have a perfect. Let's bring that in. I don't have a setup for like this player and how to set it up yet. I didn't put that anywhere. So I'm probably just going to put that in the spawn logic for now. I don't think we have to do this, just to be clear. But I don't really have a reason to not do this at the moment. I think that having a player that maybe has a bunch of required components and default implementations and stuff, probably useful. But I'm just not going to do that yet. I'm not going to do that until I actually need it for a whole bunch of stuff, you know? A bunch of these are not used, like materials. I don't think, maybe they are. Create player, holding comes from the holding stuff. Oh, I have holding in main, don't I? That should be in its own plugin too. We'll put holding in lib. There's no reason for holding to be in main. One of the issues with dropping everything under the sun into main is now that everything is in main and you can't import things from main. So maybe I go back at some point and fix that. Move more stuff out of main, move it all into lib. Although actually, I vaguely have an idea that that's getting fixed soon, or not fixed, but like, that's changing. That you will be able to import stuff from main. I feel like I saw something go into Rust that changed that. Let's just get the Leafwing Prelude in here. Not a lot of reason to not have the Prelude. It's a good candidate for the term opening a can of worms. Yeah, I think that you don't want what you're asking for there, actually. Gotta pull holding in now. Cool. I think that's actually it, other than adding the plugin. A lot of this stuff doesn't get used, so we don't need it. Actually, aren't using that yet. We do need transforms, right? I think global transform is probably what we want. So query global transform. And then we have the entity that we want. So we do transforms.get trigger.entity. And this has to work. Otherwise, no available spawn point for player return. It's funny because I feel like we're going to get potential error handling in the future, right? It's actually already in the 0.16 code base. It's in main, fallible systems. And on some level, I almost feel like I'm still going to do this after that. Because like I feel like I want these extra notes here. Yeah, so the Rust thing that I was thinking of, they made it so main implicitly imports lib if it exists, which you don't think it used to do. Interesting. I didn't know that. I mean, I guess that's okay, right? Doesn't bother me. But also I don't really care. Like writing use crate at the top or whatever is not that big of a deal to me. Okay, so transform translation. Can I do transform here? Compute transform? So this should put it on that entity's position. That entity's position then will also, I didn't add this plugin yet. That entity's position is probably going to be a little bit off. So I need to think about how I actually want to set that up inside of Blender. But this should be enough, I think. to get a player spawning in the right location. Assuming I did everything correctly and actually exported the glTF, which I don't remember if I did. Well, you couldn't use crate in the main crate either. You'd have to explicitly write out the crate name. Yeah. So like use the name of the library, I feel like is fine. There can only be one lib, right? Okay, so we've got a level. Missing field is spawn point. Yeah, that's the issue. That's why I made it optional. Let's do a dive into Saturday real quick. Let's do field attributes. I think Saturday default is the right thing. We could do fancier Saturday stuff. I just don't feel like that's really necessary. Or rather, I don't feel like the time investment to do a bunch of Saturday stuff is worth it. Especially when we're going to go for the reflection angle anyway. Ooh. Okay, so let's do... Why did I put this in something called level spawn? Well, whatever. Doesn't matter. Can always change it. Okay, so transform, compute transform. Let's do plus 0, 10, 0. I actually don't even know offhand if you can add two transforms like that. You cannot, apparently. I feel like that doesn't have good semantics for like rotations and stuff, so that doesn't terribly surprise me. So let mute, or actually let's do this. Position dot y plus equals 10. Translation. Maybe a multiplication is better than addition, maybe, but the issue I'm trying to solve is that I don't think we're actually spawning the player right now. Or if we are spawning the player, I don't know where it's going. Do info spawning player. Make that real big. Let's go into our main and find the spawn event. Oh, is the level a dynamic rigid body? Is the level falling? I thought for some reason I was like the camera's moving up. But you're right. The level's a dynamic rigid body. And that's because of this right here. Sick. Let's fix that. This is also now going to be an option. I don't like this. I don't like the way this is turning out in terms of like serialization and stuff. But it is what it is. Not option rigid body, option B rigid body. And B rigid body is going to be an enum that is static or dynamic. Yeah, you see how this is going to get worse and worse and worse until we fix it. To some extent, yes. But that just starts us down a road where we then have to start doing like if we do an enum here, right? Which is roughly the same thing, right? If we do an enum, that doesn't help, right? So what we would actually need to do is do a bunch of fields that effectively get flattened and serialized out of a flat structure. Because if we don't do it that way, then things like is spawn point or any other future marker components, those are all going to be potential reasons for the serialization to fail. So to some extent, yes, but also I don't know that it's worth it at the moment. I do want to get to the registry stuff fairly soon. So this is all just kind of like hacking it until then. What did I name this? Rigid body what? Rigid underscore body. Entering these props manually is not my favorite thing. So the whole registry thing is going to come up real quick because I can't imagine doing this forever. Lib, controls, blender types. We have this code in main. I guess we match collider and rigid body. Trying to think. I think there's reasons to have colliders without rigid bodies. For example, if you create a sensor. So I think I'm not going to do that. Just in anticipation of the fact that I might want a sensor real soon. So collider doesn't work there. Let's go up to this one. This is tri-mesh. If we're doing tri-mesh, I probably don't want it to move, so I think that's fine. I guess we can do match d dot, or rather, if let sum rigid body equals d dot rigid body, then we match rigid body, which is going to come in as that enum, right? What is the issue here? Why is this not liking that? Because that's not even public. I can't match on it. Bub. That's what that warning was. I should have paid attention to the warning is what I should have done. Rust compiler trying to save me. And I'm going, nah, I'm just going to keep over here. Grab this, import that. Rigid body, static, dynamic. This is basically the same thing that we're going to do over and over here. Maybe it might be cleaner to just implement into. Try into, you mean? Or try from, I guess, would be what it was. To some extent, yeah. It just moves the logic around, though. I do think that this is just going to get deleted at some point. So I can't say that I'm too concerned about it in that sense. Oh, you mean for this match? I mean, I guess. I don't know that that's really like it's saving me 2 lines of code, right? There's a to-do here to make this only for crates. So probably what we want to do here instead is let mute CMDS equals this. CMDS. So if let down here. Insert here. Don't return anything. Change the way we handle that. Yeah, I think that in general, I don't want to start abstracting something that I know I'm going to delete, especially since abstracting that can also create more work in the future as we move through this. I think since we don't have this abstraction, the resulting code is going to be messy no matter what. There's some things we could do, like implement from or into, or try from and try into, because we don't have everything here actually, for rigid body. But I don't know that I want to do that. because I don't even think this type is going to survive, actually. Right? I don't think that the B rigid body type, the B collider type, or the B mesh extras type, I don't think any of those are going to survive. I think that we're going to take the registry data, we're going to try to deserialize components out of it. We're going to store that somehow. I don't know how we're going to store that yet. Maybe just as a JSON blob. Maybe we make use of the fact that we can stuff arbitrary data in there. Yeah, etc. I think that we have to do a very generic thing here if we're going to do generic kinds of code for that. So while I'm not happy with this code at all, like I wouldn't be like, oh yeah, this is the best code I've ever written. My plan is to delete it, not to spend time improving it. So that also gives us this color reveal, right? Color reveal currently a potential thing that we could add here. We have this. We have the library. The library has the crate root. The crate root has cuboid and cube size. So that would then be string here. Like color reveal. I wish we could do enums here. That would make, I wish we could do enums here, and I wish we could use them repeatedly across objects. I feel like the fact that this feels one-off on every single object feels really weird. So I'm going to do easily doable with a Blender add-on. Yeah, I started writing one over here. Named it Skeen. I figured trudging through Python was probably not what y'all wanted to watch on stream, though. So this is going to be an option. This is the other thing that makes it really messy, right? Like all of this option stuff. So we basically do the same thing we do here. This is not rigid body. This is color reveal. So I need to export first. I did not export. That's the that's the main reason I want an add-on. I want to be able to autosave, auto glTF export when I change it. Later, Zach. Thanks for coming and hanging out. There's an auto export plugin on Marketplace. Okay, so we fixed the static dynamic thing, which is great. No available spawn point for player is an issue. The fact that I lowercased red, also apparently an issue. No available spawn point is interesting. No available spawn point is interesting because the processing that we're doing here should be scene instance ready, which allows us to get everything, which should allow us to, in our level spawn, take that entity and grab the transform from it. But I guess let's debug trigger.entity. Maybe the trigger entity is not what I thought it was. Actually, let's do this too. Let's do commands dot entity trigger dot entity dot log components. Very noisy, but potentially useful. Move my Emacs over here since I'm not really writing in it right now. Ooh, that's a placeholder? Ah, that's the issue. Because I am silly. I did not use the field that I created to actually do this. The placeholder entity, for those that don't know, is what you get as trigger.entity when you have a global observer. And I need spawn point entity because that's what I should be using. Because I set this up specifically with that data. And then I passed in the value and I forgot to use it. Okay, now we get yeet. Interesting that that just stopped there. This is why it's good to build more than one level. Let's get rid of Saturday. Okay, so this color reveal red cube size. This doesn't look like the color reveal is working. So let me check the cube here. Level, children, entity, children. Create collection, create root, color reveal red. Feel like that should be working. Was there something else I needed on that? When I pick it up, it becomes part of the characters empty. So the hold point should have a create root, and it does. Then when I let go of it, get rid of level, get rid of character. Create root is at the root now. It's got create cube and hold point as children. Did not get thrown. which was interesting. Crate root has the collider, has the color reveal, hold point. Oh, did I mess it up by doing a hierarchy change? That's possible. Let's go for holding. So the raycast, holding, query into is already holding something, interact, get the empty entity, to do, pull this out into scene spawning. Yep. And not holding anything is the issue. Which is this. Holding is none. So holding doesn't get set? Is that what's happening there? Holding is none by default. Holding... This is throw. This is raycast. Raycast works because we end up holding it. If we have a hold point and an empty to parent to, a hold point and an empty to parent to, this is the character hold point. This is the entity that we hit. The entity that we hit should be that parent. Can't fail until here. Not sure why that's failing, actually. So here we pick up and we get a warning for not holding anything. And then we try to throw. And it does throw. But it doesn't do anything. That's because this probably doesn't have the collider on it anymore. Is that what's happening there? Crate root has a collider. Linear velocity does not apply. Rigid body isn't getting put on it. The rigid body is not actually getting placed. You think it's still disabled? I think it's not even there. Let me check again. I don't think it's even there, is what I'm going to say. Right? Because, like, if I just run into this, yeah. It's like there's a collider there. But I don't think there's a rigid body there. Right? So if I drop this off, I look at this, no rigid body. That's the issue. We should build some stairs for this game too soon. We're using a floating character controller. Might as well have some stairs. Okay, so in that case, we're inserting rigid body disabled and taking it off, but that means that it's not getting spawned in the first place. So that means I didn't put the rigid body in Blender on the crate root. It would also be nice in general to be able to like, that's not what I wanted. What did I do there? Object, new, prop. Oh, I changed the wrong one. Okay. Rigid body. This is going to be dynamic. Of course, it doesn't put in dynamic when I type in dynamic. I wonder how many people use this custom properties like manually like I'm doing right now. I wonder if that's like it's technically there, right? But I wonder if it's even something people think about when they're developing Blender. Okay, so we take this and we throw. Unfortunately, I threw it off the level and it does not respawn. So I also don't respawn. Two things that we probably need to fix fairly immediately. Also feel interesting to do level 1. We have this, right? I think that one of the things that I want to do here, can I change the anchor? Let's just scale it 10 on the Z. And then move it -5 on the Z. We scale it 10 and we were 1 down, maybe 4. .5. There we go. I just want something that goes a little bit more down. I do want the collider to still just hang out there. And I do think it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. Because I think that it's going to center around the full mesh. Which means that this should drop into the mesh. Yeah. But I like the visual of this. So the question is then, we have a platform. The platform maybe has an empty with these attributes on it instead of the, and then we just place the empty near the top. Oh, hey, Sean, how's it going? So I think what I'm going to do here is spawn in an empty with, unfortunately, I can't copy and paste these settings. It's really not the way that I would like that to happen. So empty, cube. I think we get to set the arbitrary size here so we can do this. I do want this to be, I guess it's not 5, right? It's scale it down by half and then up by 5 would be 2.5. Right? And then grab this, go Z 1.25. Negative 2.5. Oh, that's the half size. That's not the actual size. That's why. So then we get this collider. This collider needs to copy these custom properties wherever I put those custom properties. Hopefully I put them somewhere. So 515 for the cuboid. I don't think we have 515 anymore. I think we have 555. So what do we need? 3 of these. We need a string that is collider. Cuboid. We need a float array. I can go up to 5, I guess, and the value should be 5. Of course, that didn't work to set the value, so sick, sick, love that. This is going to be cube size. And this is going to be rigid body. I feel like I'm just very slowly programming through through Blender custom properties. Okay, so now we have this empty. It has all the things that we want on it. This then doesn't get those things because we don't want it to be anything. These two, can I turn this into a new collection? I can. I don't think that these actually even need to be parented or anything. Again, if we use this collection like this, the collection doesn't come through in the glTF file. So this is going to be, I guess, collider. Platform collider. And this is platform. And this is platform mesh. So I think that having an empty and parenting those to the empty would be the right solution if I'm going to group them like this. But I also am not sure that it actually matters. Right? I don't think it matters no matter which one we decide to parent here. So we end up with this, we export this, glTF, run, and all of our code ends up handling that for us. So then we've got this little jump we can do here, and if we fall, we don't respawn. Oh, we can just run across this gap. So much for my big gap here that you need to jump across. Maybe I take this and I move it. Make it a little further, at least make you actually have to jump across. I do want to fix, I think, respawning. Because right now what happens, we run, there's two things, right? One is that we pick this up, we throw it off. This is an object that ideally we needed. And this is also a thing that we needed. And they're both just falling infinitely. So we need a half space somewhere below this. I think for now we can spawn the half space on our own. So like when we do a level spawn, let's see, commands dot spawn, and I'm spawning nothing apparently. This level, let's also spawn in I guess a sensor, thinking about it. Like a sensor with a collider, half space, outward normal, vec3, neg y, transform from xyz 0, -10, 0. Why not create an empty around the map, and if you collide, you teleport to spawn point? Well, I mean, there's no map, I guess, right? Like, I guess the answer is yes, we could do that. There is functionally no way for you to get to outside of the map, so to speak. Like, there is no outside of the map yet. So right now, all I'm trying to do is if you fall off a platform that you respawn, or that if you throw a thing that you need off, then it respawns. I think this will work. Let's go check out Avian, not Bevy. Avian GitHub. Crepes 3D. See if they have anything interesting in examples. Don't think so. I mean, there might be something in the character controller or whatever, but I'm not super invested in that. So a sensor component marks the collider as a sensor, also known as a trigger. Sensor colliders send collision events, yada yada, but allow bodies to pass right through them. So I think doing a static sensor like we have is great. Says it sends collision events. So we probably just need this. This is collision event reader. I guess collision events have changed. Started, ended collision. They look pretty similar. Let's do FN respawn stuff. So we need this collision event reader, right? We need to have some labels. So on that half space, for example, this is going to have to be, what do we call this? Dead zone? Out of bounds. Let's do derive component on out of bounds marker. And then the other one is going to be player. And then the boxes themselves. I guess the boxes should hold their original positions. And then we can just teleport them back to where they should be. Like when we spawn in anything that we want to be able to respawn, right? Then each of those things, because otherwise we need something a little bit more complicated where like if you throw it off, then it needs to find a place to respawn. And I don't think I want to program all that right now. So I think that we just have like an original transform. Right? And for anything that gets marked like this, we need to grab the transform and store it in when we spawn the level. And then anytime that that collides with our sensor, we send it back to that location. Likely also resetting linear velocity and things like that. Let's pull this in. This is contacts and whatever. We have out of bounds marker. Let's query for any entity with out of bounds. And then we also need what else do we need? I guess anything that hits this either needs to get respawned or despawned, right? Like if something jumps off, if we have some, I don't know, spheres or something, and they roll off the stage, they should also despawn. So I guess what we really want here is pub struct out of bounds behavior. And one is respawn and another is despawn. That's not a struct, that's called an enum. So then we can put out of bounds behavior respawn or despawn on anything that we want. Whenever any of those collide, then they will show up in this collision detection, and then we know what to do with them. Despawnable and respawnable as separate components, you think? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying as variants? Yeah. I think the out of bounds behavior is what I want. Because, like, what does it mean to be respawnable outside of the out of bounds behavior? Does that mean it respawns to the origin point? Does it mean it, you know? So the out of bounds behavior is going to be on the parent entities. Trying to avoid adding more stuff to our blender types. The next thing I have to do is definitely do some registry stuff because the blender types is just going to become so astronomically big if we don't do that. So this is out of bounds sensors, right? And this is objects which have an out of bounds behavior. I think we'll need more here. I think we need to reset velocity and things like that, but I'm not going to worry about it for the moment. I will say we got entity cloning. I think entity cloning is coming in 0.16 though. It would be interesting, at least, to clone those entities and store them as templates. It would mean that we had 2 of every entity that we could possibly respawn basically at all times. But I think that would be fine. A single entity shouldn't be that intensive. It would be kind of cool to have like template entities created by Blender and then we just use them. Okay, so out of bounds spawn entity, respawn and support and stuff. This is going to happen in update I should probably just start our like our plugin, right? What did I call this game at all? I still don't have a name for this game. Boxes game plugin. I don't know. Then app.add systems update respawn important stuff. And this is good because respawning needs to teleport. So doing it in update, I think, is the right move. That's in relation to like Avian and Tenua and stuff like that happening in fixed update. I should add this plugin to the game in main before I forget. This is going to be like the plugin, so eventually we're going to move everything into lib. Out of bounds marker needs to come in for our half space. And I think we should be able to detect things in our half space now. Even if we aren't respawning stuff yet. I broke something. Why are there entities currently colliding? 28 and 43. 28. Oh, that's with everything. Okay, let me change the normal direction. I think that's the sensor colliding with literally everything. Maybe not. I feel weird about this. Maybe I don't understand what a half space is. Let's turn on the debug stuff. Dev. Physics debug. Yes, I haven't implemented any sort of feature yet. I am just turning this on by uncommenting code. So the half space is then not pointed in the direction that I think it's pointed in, right? It looks like it is. It's below 28 and all of these other things are colliding. Right? Let me look up, I guess, half spaces, because I thought a half space was going to be what we wanted. Defined by the outward normal of its planar boundary. Oh, good, Wikipedia. A half space is either of the two parts which a plane divides. Oh, so it's everything. If it's everything, how useful is that? It feels weird, right? Half of everything was still infinite, yes, but does this mean which side does this consider to be the collider? Right? Like the half space is half of everything on one side of a plane, but which side of the plane? By experimentation here, I think we've figured out that it is neither X nor Y. Or like, why is the plane colliding with everything currently? Right? In this direction, it actually prevents other things from happening. So it makes me feel like the raycast isn't working. So it makes me feel like Y is the right direction to send it. But even if we do Y, then 28 is still colliding with everything. Right? 28 being that half space. This is our half space. I feel like having a half space, if it's going to cause everything to collide with it on every frame, is not useful. Right? Or am I thinking about this wrong? The platform, sure. Well, I don't actually think that's true. Because the half space, if you see the collider down there, is below the whole thing. Right? Like the half space should only be colliding with colliders. So there's two platforms, the box and the capsule. So we've got 36, 45, or 35, 36, 37, 43. And those are the only things that are colliding. So it is colliding with both platforms, the cube, and the player currently. Unless the log here is wrong and I just copied and pasted code without thinking about it. But this is saying collision event reader, a half space is colliding with everything. So that feels weird, right? I have put it in both directions at this point, Xavier. So so it really feels strange. I don't know if that's a bug or not. Right? Because I don't want to just process everything every single frame. I do want like an infinite, if you get low enough, then you get reset. But it does seem like the only way to really do that is to create a really large cube right now. Because see, everything's colliding. I don't actually think it is though. Contacts. What else do we have in contacts? Oh, is sensor? Sweet. Manifolds, entity. I don't know. I don't have the answer for that. I think I'm going to swap it out for a cube and maybe look into it later. Feels weird to create like a giant cube, but I don't know. Let's do a cube of, I don't know, 1,000. And maybe we can save some on the... So 1,000, 100, 1,000, and this should be negative 60. Right? 50. This also has to be, yeah, negative 60 on something that is centered here should be... I'll add a little to do there to like reinvestigate half spaces. See, because now only two things are colliding. Eat. And then it hits. So I think that's what we're going to go with for now. That's really unfortunate. I really actually don't know if that's an issue or not, or if it's just a user error. So I'll look it up later. So we got out of bounds behavior and original transform. We need a original transform for the cube, right? We do this kind of thing for the throwing. Right? So if holding, yada, yada, global transform. Compute transform. We're adding the linear velocity, defaulting the angular, setting an impulse on it. So we're going to probably default the linear, default the angular, maybe default other things. So we need to get the out of bounds behavior onto this, which means I think, unfortunately, adding yet another what did I call this? Out of bounds behavior. The more I do this, no, I'm not typing that. Be out of bounds behavior. And then I guess technically this can just be the out of bounds behavior because it'll serialize to the same thing anyway. So we get out of bounds behavior, respawn, despawn. And I have to type this whole thing in then. So for crate, if we go into our library, we go into crate collection, crate root. Out of bounds behavior, respawn. Export this. Hey Paul, how's it going? Doing some respawn logic. Okay, so then we also need that to what? Be mesh, not a mesh extra, but a. Oh, that's the other thing. I should have split that up into things that can go on meshes and things that can't. Oh well. D.collider, glTF extras. I think this is what we want because I'm not placing this on a mesh. So here, this will be the same thing here, right? Basically like this, but for out of bounds behavior. Oh, there's an issue filed for the half space thing. Looks like a bug. Sweet. Thank you for the DM. I appreciate you. It does feel weird. I mean, it did feel weird. I just didn't. Can't say that I've worked with half spaces a whole lot. So like, so that's no longer a to do because we fixed that. This does need to be here. This is out of bounds behavior. Did I not specify it as an option? I don't think I did. I need to. For Blender types. I guess these are also. I think because they're options, they turn into none if they're not there, right? So I think we're good on the options. This match is not going to be what we want. We want these two things. And then this is potentially out of bounds behavior, respawn. I guess we just insert it if it's there. I don't even know why I am checking. Oh, because if we respawn, we actually need to do an additional thing. Okay. OOBB is something else. I'm just going to name this behavior. And this is going to be completely abstracted out because we need to insert behavior here, if true, which I don't think has clone on it. So that's going to be a thing. And then respawn requires us to store the original transform as well. So actually both of these are going to be this. So we don't need to do anything there. We can just do this immediately. We can't clone. Can I do that from here? Nope. Clone is fine though. And then original transform, I think is going to be a global transform actually. So this is a out of bounds behavior. Respawn. Can we get the transform here? Yes, I think we can. I think I want global transform. Trying to think. I think I want global transform. Not using transform anywhere else, so we'll be good. This then out of bounds behavior. This should always work. If this doesn't work, then we are in it deep, so to speak. So we have that global transform, and we'll cmds.insert. What did I call this? Original transform. Need to pull this in. Did I not make this public? Original transform, global transform, derived component. What did I mess up? The more we throw more information. Oh, it's private. I could do from implementation there. Okay, so we should have these original transforms now. Well, I don't actually think we will, but is there a serialization? Yeah, unknown variant respawn. Because I type in lowercase. It's one of those things with Blender and those extra custom properties. None of these are type safe. I could typo anything at any time, and I would just have to figure it out, which I don't love. Yeet. Okay, so we have out of bounds behavior set. We have the original transform being inserted. We have the out of bounds marker for the sensor. So if contacts dot is sensor, then anything with an out of bounds behavior we need to deal with. So what, contacts dot entity one. What is body entity? I should look that up. I don't know what that is. So for each of these, then we do objects.get entity. And this is let OK equals let behavior. And this is else continue, which is not an error, so we don't need to log anything. If it is, then we need to commands this is going to be a reference. This is it's not going to be a reference, is it? It's going to be a dereference. That's what we want. We want dereferences on entities. So for each entity in this collision, if there is a sensor, and one of them is a sensor, I guess. .iter, .any. Starting to feel a little weird. I always feel weird, actually. Whenever I do collision with two entities and I don't know which one is which, and I have to figure out which one is which, I always feel weird about duplicating that code. I wish I had a better way to handle that. Contacts entity one, entity two, any of them needs to be an out of bounds sensor, right? I feel like I want some kind of function that says get one of these from one query, one of these from another query. Each of them has to match one of those queries. Return them in, you know, match order or whatever. I feel like I write that function fairly often. Maybe I'm missing something though. Maybe there's a better way to do that. So if there's a sensor and entity one and entity two, any of them are the out of bounds sensor, then for each of them, figure out what the behavior is supposed to be if there is one. If there is one, match on the behavior. If we're supposed to respawn, great. If we're supposed to despawn, easy. We don't have anything for despawning yet. I guess despawn recursive, right? Just despawn everything. And then this is commands.entity insert. And I guess technically speaking, these don't all have to have like angular velocities and stuff. But if they are colliding with this, I'm going to say by virtue of them reaching this line of code that they do. Angular velocity, linear velocity. We need to get those. original transforms. I guess this is behavior and original transform. I think that that is not always true. So maybe this original transform should live in that respawn, you know. It feels weird to be doing what I'm doing right now. Right? Like, if it needs to respawn, then it needs to have the original transform. The original transform probably is tied to that respawn behavior. You get confused with the parent-child hierarchy, sometimes done by the glTF exporter with the Blender mesh ending as child of Blender object and the physics properties on the mesh. I think that viewing it in like the inspector, like Bevy EGUI inspector, is really useful for that kind of thing. This is behavior. So this is despawn and we don't care. This is respawn and we care. And then I'm going to add this as an additional match and say, I guess this is an error, really. And this is none. I guess like we could always turn this into hey, spawn at the origin. But that's not actually useful, I don't think. So this transform then is compute transform, right? Transform.0. Compute transform. So we're resetting angular, we're resetting linear, we're recomputing the transform. Do we despawn, respawn the correct parent? It is a responsibility of whoever's putting this on a entity or whatever to put it on the right thing. Nice. That is unintentional, but I actually really love that interaction. I really love the way it just like kind of grows in there. I really, that is unintentional entirely. But like, oh, we're back. Go away. Oh, we're back. That's funny. I like that. I think I'm going to keep that for the moment. Okay, so the question is, do we despawn, respawn the correct parent? Or do we despawn the mesh, but orphan parents are still present? We despawn the root. So in this case, if I bring this up and we go look at the crate root, the crate root is what we are spawning, despawning. Or actually, we're not spawning, despawning it. I made it so that we can take this, and when we throw it off, we actually get the same thing. So this gets parented to the empty, right? If we throw it off, it is now its own thing, and it's always the own thing. So it's always entity 36, right? No matter how many times I do this, this will always be entity 36. Is it not resetting the acceleration? It's resetting linear velocity and angular velocity, but not acceleration. Right now what it's doing is it's spawning halfway in the ground is what's happening. You're referring to why it's popping in like that, Sean? It's because it is halfway in the ground when it spawns. So it's trying to get like the two colliders to separate. We could, I'm not entirely sure why it's in the ground like that. Actually, I think I do know. If we put this in, the level like we have it, right? Level 1, then this is here. It's spawning technically in the wrong spot currently. Let's check the global transform. So let's check the transform that we're computing here. And let's check the transform that we're storing here. Yeah. I hear what you're saying. It is really consistent. It seems to be going in the same direction every time it spawns back in. I was pretty sure. Let's get this colliding log out of here. The colliding log is like hella spammy. So this is 000. That feels wrong, actually. Right? Pick this up, throw it off. Because it is spawning at 000. So why am I getting 000 here? Is entity the right entity? Is entity the root entity of the... For entity and iter descendants, right? So entity should be the right entity, as far as I'm aware. Yes, the center of the box is spawned at that position, but that transform is wrong. Right? Center of the box at global transform should not be 000. If we're looking at the Blender crate here, this is not 000. If we go to the library, the crate root is what has... Oh, interesting. Is that an issue? Let me check the hierarchy. It's an instance, and instances, as we've discovered in the past, do make it through. So if we look at level, right, and we go children, entity, children, crate collection, crate root. Crate root being inside of crate collection takes its transform from crate collection So this is 0, 0, 0. This is not. Global transform should have saved us on that. In my opinion. But we are global transforms getting... Oh, I mean, like, we kind of are, honestly. Sean was suggesting that it was the velocity into the ground. I don't think it's the velocity into the ground. There still might be velocity. Or, no, he didn't say velocity. He said something else. Forget what he said. Acceleration is what he said. He was thinking that there might be leftover acceleration that might be producing a force that's pushing it into the ground. I don't... even if there is one, that is not the reason that it's spawning in 0, 0, 0. It's spawning in 0, 0, 0 because the transform that we're grabbing is 0, 0, 0 when we set up the original transform. It shouldn't be, I feel like. Like, I feel like this global transform being 0, 0, 0 is weird. Maybe I do something silly like this, and for everything, we do a debug. Right? This should succeed. And really what I want is translation, I guess. So we get a little bit of less. Should just give us the vec3a's, right? Let's just do the info on translation. Get us a single line. That really isn't going to work like that? Dang. So we end up with zeros everywhere. We don't have a global translation for anything in this entire scene. I guess it hasn't run yet. The transform propagation, that is. So that leads me to my next question. That feels wrong. I'm going to name this G translation. Yeah, so we just checked everything though, and everything is 0. Okay, so zero translation -5. I feel like I should throw the names in here. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 2.5, 0, -5, -0.5, that is. How do I get this position? Maybe I do this delayed. Maybe I let it run. Leave a marker component there. but then we're basically saying nothing can start at 0, 0, 0. I think I'm fine with that restriction, but system ordering issue. We're doing this through an observer. So one thing worth noting is that this is scene instance ready. Scene instance ready. Triggered on the parent entity when the scene instance is ready to use, which is an instance ID of a spawned scene. So my guess is it's spawning. And then what? It's running this trigger before it has a chance to update the global transforms. Because that is, like, global transform updates is propagation. You know about the transform propagate step, but you do not think it resets to 0. I think it never starts at anything. Like, I think it starts at 0. Like, it's not resetting global transform. It has not set global transform yet. So there's a propagation here that happens, I guess, after the scene instance ready event. I'm going to have to go into the source code, aren't I? Transform propagation is where? Probably in transform, right? Probably should just go to the transform crate. Transform, global transform. Post startup. Post update. This is almost certainly run before that. Because the observers run basically immediately. So they'll run before the global has been set. But that means that the transform doesn't have the required data yet. So what I could do is set a system later than that, like run it after the transform propagation. Right, in post update after the transform propagate step. See if I can even set up a system to run like that real quick. Don't get autocomplete because I didn't write a system here. Let's do update initial transforms. So then this should get after this. And this should be able to query for the things that we want. That does, I feel like, also mean that this character spawning doesn't work either. Right? Because this event is getting initialized in that same spot. Right? Because this spawn player event happens here too. So I don't think we can spawn the player here. Oh, no, we can, I think. No. This gets the entity. This runs basically immediately. This won't have the global transform. This can't be when we spawn the player. Wow, that's really annoying. Huh. I guess if we want global transforms, we have to then also listen to this event. We still have the event, right? We can still do that. This says triggered when it becomes ready to use. Let's do scene instance ready. Trigger, observe. $29 and $54. I've looked at this code before. Trigger does mean no event reader. I think the answer here is custom event for the behavior that I wanted to put here. Put the behavior that I wanted to put here in post update after the transforms. Then this stuff will get read by that one event reader. It'll get run at the end and will otherwise not run. I think that's the workaround here. It's really interesting. That is really interesting. So let's do what? I feel like this should be encapsulated somewhere, but let's call this that I always misspell propagation. Propagation. I'm going to call this scene instance ready after transform propagation. And we're going to do this after transform propagate. And this is going to be an event reader for this absurd event. What do we do here? Title case. Yeah, what an event name. We're going to need to create this event. We are going to need the scene entity ID. I guess the other thing is we could, since we're already doing this, we could collect all of the stuff that we want to operate on and send it in here. But I think the better move is to just move all of the logic to that point so that it can operate with that data. So I think we're going to do eventually the same thing here. And this is going to be trigger entity. So we can do stuff here. This is like on immediate, right? This can do all of our collider insertions and things like that so that those are immediately available and whatnot. The only things that can't happen here are any things that need global transforms. So at the end of all of this processing, or I guess immediately, it doesn't really matter to us, right? Because all we need to do is make sure that we send the ridiculous event, which contains a scene instance ready. Maybe we just take the whole event and clone it. Can we do that? Instance ID. I think I just want the whole trigger. Let's do entity. And we'll just pass the entity here. Which means that this has to be in an event writer. Which I think has to be, also this has to be public. This unfortunate type has to see the light of day. I forget how to write the event writer. Do I need end mute here? Can't remember off the top of my head. Need this whole thing to go right there. And this is just going to send that. And the stuff that we would have done here. So I'm going to copy this whole processing tree. I think all the materials work. So we don't need any of those, but we do need this whole thing here. For this will go into, probably going to put this in level spawner at some point, but this is going to go here. This is going to need a bunch of this information, not the writer. This is, I don't think we use materials. Let's get rid of some of the stuff that we don't need anymore. We don't need to do the mesh extras. We don't need to handle collider here. All this collider infrastructure can go. Colliders can go in the other one. This is out of bounds behavior, which we also need, and we need spawn player event, which leaves us with some serialization. This is for event, or no, we're going to go entity here. We're going to do children, iter descendants, but this is going to be for event in events. I guess technically there could be multiple. This is going to be event.0 for that entity. This is going to be closed off there. We don't need to do this here. We don't need to do the shader swap here. Events.iter mute, I think is what we need to do. Don't remember offhand. Reading is mute, so we don't need materials. We don't need the storage buffers. We don't need the mesh extras. Events. Oh, read. So we get that whole thing. Basically, all of these don't need to be here anymore, which is cool. Getting rid of stuff. Transforms not going to be something we need, etc. So this theoretically should run in post update after the transform propagation when we send that event. I'm going to need to write a doc string on this. Then it should handle the out of bounds behavior correctly because this global transform should be updated. And then we fire the spawn player. So we don't get a player here on level spawn. We need to get rid of player spawning because that is impossible to do here. We need to get rid of the out of bounds behavior because that's also impossible to do here because of the transforms. Collider's fine. Etc. Fine. Maybe a little bit too much in the query now, but just looking to see if this breaks at the moment. No, I went real in the weeds on this one. Sick. On level spawn. Into observer is not implemented. Can you not have an event writer in an observer? That's not true, right? No, that's not true, right? Can you not write events from an observer? I must have I wrote it wrong. I must have wrote it wrong. I must have wrote it wrong. Let's look for event writer. There's no way that you can't write an event from an observer. Mute writer, event. Mute writer, event writer. I did write it wrong. Hopefully this works. On level spawn did not run because it requested inaccessible system parameter. I'm not adding that event to the world to do anything with it. So we need to dot add event here. And run this again. It's it is a chonker of an event name. It is intentionally a chonker of an event name. This is because we can't access global transforms in the scene instance ready observer. So it is intentionally a chonker. And then when we do this, it spawns in the right place. Throw it over there. It's an absolute chonker. It's very intentionally a chonker, but it is one hell of a name. To remind you that you can't use the global transform helper. What is the global transform helper? I don't know. I don't know that I know what the helper is. Oh, Lordy coming. Chonky kitty. This is scene instance ready, but it's scene instance ready at the end of the frame after the transform propagation event has fired. So if we, to cover the issue in sum total, this is on level spawn. On level spawn runs as an observer when we spawn the scene. On level spawn, unfortunately, all of these global transforms for everything in the hierarchy are 0. Oh, you sent the URL, but you might have been blocked. Yeah, I don't have any control over that, unfortunately. Global transform helper. What should I? Is it in the docs? Transform helper. System parameter for computing up-to-date global transforms. Computing an entity's global transform can be expensive, so it's recommended you use the global transform component stored on the entity unless you need a global transform that reflects changes made to any transforms since the last time. Oh, I didn't actually know this existed. And then you can just compute it for anything. That actually I think is better. That makes so much more sense. Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. So I'm gonna migrate my code back. Transform helper. What is transform helper? Is transform helper just a system parameter? I don't need to pass anything into it, right? It's just a commit first. Commit the, I guess technically this is working code, right? So yeah, sure. Source level spawn. Yeah. Committed, pushed, we're good. Think that's it. So I don't want to do this. Don't want to do this. We will have the entity. Let me find this. No, that one's not going to be it. It's got to be this one. So I guess we pull both of them back in. This is inside of bmesh extras for glTF extras. Did I delete the whole thing? I did. glTF mesh extras. G extras. No, there's glTF extras. Yeah. In here. So in here, we don't want global transforms because we don't have one. We are going to need You were sitting there wondering for a good second why the transform helper would be inaccessible in observers. I didn't know this existed. So that is why I was doing that, because sometimes you just don't. Let's see. Let's say let position equals this, and let's debug this. It's going to be the result. So let's comment that out for now and just make sure this runs. Yeah, that was a thing that I didn't know existed. That's really useful though. Assuming it works. Did I use it incorrectly? So a warning. Oh yeah, inaccessible system parameter. That's fine. And then that has the right location. That's from pause. Yeah, cool. Why would this fail? Or in what situations does this fail? This fails if transform query get entity global transform from transform iterate over parents get entities and chain. So theoretically, if the hierarchy were disrupted, I guess, if you couldn't find an entity in that for some reason the transform got removed or something like that, I think that's fine. Just in case that ever happens, I'll throw a warning out. And then do I even need to clone this? Because I just got it created, right? Else, this is an error. Couldn't compute global transform. Or if you just query a bad entity, yeah, that makes sense too. I think because I'm going through the scene instance children, I'm being given entities from that iterator, and thus those entities should not be bad entities. Because everything in the scene will end up having a transform, I think. Because that entire scene is coming from Blender. But yeah. Ordering properly is often the better solution because the transform helper is duplicating work. How would you order properly for a scene instance spawn? I think since this is a single global transform and it only happens once on spawn, the helper is the right move for sure. But you're saying we should do the other way and fire that event to do the work later. Oh, okay, yeah. Gotcha. Yeah, I guess if we needed all of them to be computed, maybe it makes sense to do it later. But yeah, I don't know. If I'm computing that many, shrug. I would probably have to benchmark it. YouTube should have replies. I'm pretty sure I can. Maybe you need channel permissions or something? Not on mobile. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, so this whole level spawn thing can go away. Or this whole like I love that I get to delete this. Um we need to do that for the spawn player technically too. So let's make sure that we have spawn player in here first. Yeah, spawn player entity. And then I guess that's also a transform helper moment. Because position here needs to be the transform from here, but it needs to be the actual. Yeah, that's pretty terrible UX. So we can do this here. Don't need to do transforms because the helper is doing that for us. And then this is the global transform. And we compute transform for position already. And I just happen to be dunking 10 vertically on it, but this should all work still. And then maybe I'll test it by switching the spawn point in Blender, re-exporting the glTF. Yeet. Sweet. And then get rid of all of this. Sick. Love this. Yeah, thanks again for pointing that out. I did not know about that one. And it was exactly what I needed. I'll have to make a little YouTube short or something on the helper. There is one red thing here. Why is there a red thing? $26. Yeah. Cool. That all works. Then this, if we go to level 1 and we go to spawn point, and I say and try to move it over there and export, we should spawn over there. We do. Sweet. Lovely. Now things spawn in the right place. Very happy with that. That's not where I want the player to spawn, so I'm not going to keep that, but good to know that it works. Just in time, too. A lot of cleanup that I need to do on this. Need to do a lot of unused import removal. Didn't do quite as much level design as I wanted to do today, but that's fine. What else do we have? Get rid of some of these warnings before I commit. Let's see. Allow, probably what? Unused. I don't remember what the warning for this is. Dead code. And then what do we have in here? Keyboard. Right, because we don't need keyboard anymore. Direction. Oh yeah, values never read because we just overwrite it. That's fine. Rare time zone moment catching Chris live. Is the file size of GLB because of textures? Yeah, see you, Ryan. Have a good one. See you next week. What do you mean is the file size because of textures? Helper was added in 0.12. Interesting, but you only found it recently. Yeah, 0.12 is before I started doing This Week in Bevy. I think part of the reason I do This Week in Bevy is to see stuff like that go in. I found myself reading so much of Discord and watching so many of the PRs that it got kind of ridiculous to not share that with people. Because I think that that would have been, if I was doing This Week in Bevy when 0.12 happened, that would have been a thing I called out, I think. This Week in Bevy seems like it's been around forever. It's been almost a year. So just under a year. It's an institution now. I don't know about that. We'll see. I'll keep doing it as long as people keep liking it, and I'll try to improve it over time. I got some ideas for 2025 to help people keep track of things. I'm glad you like it. Really. I appreciate that. Is the big size of GLB because of the texture size? You mean the big size of my GLB specifically, or like GLBs in general? Yeah, some weeks you just don't have the energy. I get that for sure. I think it's a waste of time to force everybody to do the catch-up work, if that makes sense. Like the reading all the PRs, figuring out which ones are worth reading, even scanning and then summarizing, and then all of the Discord and all the other stuff that happens. I think that it would be a phenomenal waste of energy if somebody wasn't doing something like This Week in Bevy. Because everybody would have to then follow everything. My GLB file, yes, it has a bunch of textures in it. I don't have any idea how big those textures are. I could probably check actually. Let me figure out where I put that. MISC, temp glTF assets, LS assets, temp. Okay, so here's all our sizes. This is, I don't think I've added any textures since this time. So sort by not found. What is it? Sort by? Yeah. So we've got image 25 is 25 meg. That seems like a lot. See what image 25 is. MISC 1, image 25. That is the normal map for the brick wall that we are not going to use moving forward. I think that that's 25 meg because I made that a 4K texture, if I remember correctly, which I also didn't need to do. So this is an absurdly large texture for a small brick wall that we are not even going to keep in the game. More reasonably, without This Week in Bevy, people would just know less. Yeah, very fewer people will go through the effort. Fewer of the, like, there's so many people doing so much good work on Bevy, and it would be a shame for that to just go unnoticed. You know, it would be a shame for that to just like get merged and then never shown to anybody, and nobody would find out about it. And because there's just so much cool stuff that goes in. Maybe if you exclude those textures, you could commit the GLB as well. The issue with the GLB isn't the initial size, it's the fact that it changes so often. It's 500 kilobytes for the glTF. It's 790 for the binary data. And then most of the rest of it is textures. But yeah, one of the issues with the glTF and the GLB is the textures for sure. The other issue is that they change fairly often. Anytime I change stuff and re-export the glTF, it has to get recommitted. It's a noisy image, yeah. It's not, this is not the best image to shove into your repo. I think if well, two things really. One, I think I'm going to get more into trim sheets over the next couple weeks, and try to come up with like a standardized trim sheet for a bunch of the stuff that I put in the levels. I was looking at Sunset Overdrive's trim sheets. Which is the ooh, if I can speak, which is this. Can I full screen this? Do I have to download it? I guess I have to download it. I definitely already downloaded this, but so there's this pretty great presentation actually on the trim sheet techniques that Sunset Overdrive used. TLDR is it's this trim sheet of increasing sizes. So like 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3, 4, 4, 5, 5, and then some end caps and decals and stuff at the bottom. Also notably, Sunset Overdrive was low poly. It's about 15-year-old game, older. I don't remember how old it was, but it's an old game. And they do this like nice 45-degree bevel on all of these trim sheet segments that reduces or that produces this really nice effect. So like this is the lighting only. It's all low poly. It's all rectangles. And then you put the trim sheet on it with the 45-degree bevels and it immediately starts to look nicer, which I really like. I like this effect and I like not having to bevel all of the geometry. 2014, so 10 years. Got it. And that allows them to do things like this. So trim sheets in general allow you to do this, but if you standardize the trim sheets, then you get to make things look different by swapping the trim sheet, which is really cool. So yeah, I don't know. I might end up using something like this. I don't know how much effort is worth it right now. But if I did something like this, then I would have fewer textures, make that GLB smile smaller and things like that. In Blender glTF export options, there is full collection hierarchy that is off by default. Full collection hierarchy. I wonder what that does. Oh, maybe adding the empty was useless. Blender glTF full collection hierarchy. Full. Let's export it and take a look, I guess. I don't know. We've got a Blender file. We can just dump it. Include. Where was it? Full collection hierarchy. Scene graph. Export full hierarchy, including intermediate collections. Let me export this as -full so that we're not overriding our other one. And let's do, where are we here? Talking about GLBs and trim sheets. So we've got, let's reveal this in Finder. Easier to work in Finder then. So we've got the full here. Let me take this and let me do rename. Call that backup stream. Take full and rewrite this as what we're going to be using. Well, delete the other one first, I guess. Cargo run this, get rid of that. You just had an idea. There could be a way to compress normal maps more by storing it together with the texture and storing a function for the specific texture, which turns pixel color into normals. Since often normals and pixel color are related. I think that could work for certain games. Sure. Okay, so we're here now. Let's take a look at let's take a look at the level. Let's do children, entity, children, scene collection. Children, crate collection. Crate cube. Scene collection, interesting. So we did get scene collection here. And we get crate collection here. Crate collection. Crate collection is the instance, so we were getting that anyway. I think it does still collapse it for instances. Scene collection is the root here. So we're definitely getting that. Platform collection would be the other thing. If we could find that. Platform collection. There we go. Okay, well, that's interesting. I still don't know that I want to turn that on. I guess if you have a collection, then you want it to act like that, right? I'm trying to visualize, I'm trying to think here. I think that you can't do anything to a collection here to modify the way it looks inside of Blender, which makes it weird to actually have it later. I guess it is what most people think of as like the thing that should be there. Trying to think this through. Finished added into Bevy for day 25. Nice. Yeah, I know you started from the end and anyway. Wait, you started on 23, didn't you? So now you've got 23 and 25 for Viz? Nice. Even if you have to store multiple conversion functions and the area of image they work for, there would still be less data than the whole image. Yeah, I mean, I think you could do that. I think you're trading off some of the processing. I guess processing on the GPU is, you know, freely available in that sense. But you would probably want to do the processing on the GPU, right? It seems overkill and maybe custom properties on collections are not exported as glTF extras anyway. I don't know that we can say one way or the other. Let's say platform collection, right? Put some random property on this. Save that, export it. Custom properties, scene graph, full collection hierarchy. And we've got our backup, so I'll just keep overwriting this. And then GitHub, Bevy engine Bevy, cargo, let's do code here. Oop. Animated stuff. Let's do, what was it? glTF extras is the example. Load glTF extras. So then models extras, glTF extras. Can just dump this in, I guess. glTF extras debug, and then I dump this as misc001.glb. And then we want scene 01. Cargo run example. Wrong project. Example. Debug. Creating the conversions and the textures could be a bigger issue. Yeah. Getting everything correct and whatnot. Okay, so we've got spawn point, which has glTF extras, platform collider, which has extras, crate root, platform 1, and an entity that doesn't have a name with QBaker on it, which has got to be like the, I don't even know what that one is. So it looks like it doesn't. Make sure that I'm actually exporting the data correctly. Include custom properties, data, scene graph, full collection hierarchy. custom property on the collection. Oh, because I didn't put it on that. Where was I? I was on spawn point. Let's get rid of these two. It is hard to tell which thing you're on, especially when you're dealing with these collections, actually. Now that I think about it. How do I get to the collection? Platform collection? New? Prop? Save? Export? glTF? Assume everything's there. Because I don't feel like checking. Run this, and then we get platform collection does get the extras. It's a little awkward to get to the collection to put the properties on it, but if there was an add-on, maybe it would be easier. So that's true, Xavier. Like the collections can get exported through glTF, and the extras can be placed on those collections. Isn't it already late for me? Yeah, I'm closing up after this. This is my last. I was curious to do the glTF debug thing and to see if that actually would work. But it is, I can feel it. You ever feel like your eyelids are just a little bit heavier than they should be? Or like, you know, that kind of thing? I definitely need to go get some food. Thanks everyone for hanging out. I am going to make sure that I get rid of this extra hierarchy thing. I have to think through whether that even makes sense. The one thing about the hierarchy is that requiring people to check that box would be tough. And also, let's get rid of this as well. And also, every additional node that doesn't do something is a point of transform propagation, potential slowdown or extra work that's being done every frame. I don't know that you want to incur that by default. I think you want to opt into that. Right? I think if you could create a whole ton of collections, right? Collections and collections and collections and collections. And then basically you're just creating a really deep transform tree. And while transform propagation got better in 0.15, I still don't know that you want to actually do that by default. Because that would be for everything that you do inside of Blender. Every collection would be one of those things. At least it's manual. It's like human curated, so it's not going to be that much more stuff. But I do feel like I prefer the empty for collecting things together. Because I also think that not everything needs to be collected like that. The only things that really need to be collected are when I put, you know, like a collider on a platform, or like a collider on this box, right? If we go to the crate, right? Like I have crate root because I need the hold point and the crate cube and stuff like that to all function together in a way that is unified by a transform. But if you just do static level, like a wall or something, a wall with something on it, maybe like a poster or whatever, I don't think you need any of that. It'll all still be positioned, but it's not going to go anywhere, you know? So I don't know. TBD. But yeah, thanks everyone for hanging out. We'll be back next weekend, next Saturday for another stream. And I will see you in the next one.